Don't look at me like that. It's not used to seeing me energetic. Ah! I am ready to see what the fuck the rest of this game has to offer. It is music from a Mega Man clone, although arguably with a better soundtrack than any Mega Man game. So yeah, I hope you guys are fucking hyped too. I know Class Rep's hyped. Let's go, Class Rep. Last week sucked. And the last week especially really sucked. So I'm trying to turn that around with big Giga Chad energy to start this week. I mean, lots of coffee because without caffeine, I can't pull it off. That is some shit I would say, too. Although, holy... That's exactly why I'm not a professor, because I'd be an asshole. People have wanted me to say class dismissed to end stream for, like, ever. I actually like stream is adjourned for Ace Attorney streams, but I guess I don't really have it for stream is in session. Stream is now in session. The case of Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2 Resolve. And then we end with stream is adjourned. The reason I haven't done the class dismiss thing is because I'm not a professor in these games. So, like, it seems inappropriate for me to do that. I'm not leading the class. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. You guys know more about it than I do. All right, Brian, what is the cue before we get going? So I have to select... What number do I have to select? KY did do it, yeah. Given Clover's axe rampage, if she were tried in court, legally speaking, how fucked would she be? How much would her dangerous situation, mental state, and suspicions on her brother's death matter? Well, so being suspicious that somebody else killed your sibling isn't enough to, by itself, mitigate any type of sentence for murder. Now, the idea that she could be murdered next, leading her to these paranoid delusions, and given the extraordinary circumstances, she might have a case for insanity. The problem with the insanity defense in her situation is that it's not like she just snapped on these people right away. She actually thought about and executed a plan in which to kill the 3 people. So, like, some of her state of mind was fine in the fact that she was able to plan and execute that. And again, this wasn't an impulsive, like, oh, my brother was just killed, so I, like, temporarily lost my mind and started swinging an axe at everybody. I had no idea what was going on. She really did carry out a planned scenario that worked out perfectly. Would there be some mitigation based on the extraordinary circumstances? Maybe. Maybe. Probably. I don't think it would be too effective, though. Like, these were really premeditated. She had a lot of time to think about, you know, even just the fact that it was just hours. That's a lot of time. So yeah, I think she'd be pretty fucked. It's possible people disagree. In my state, the insanity defense is not great. You're going to have to make one hell of a case. And this might seem like extraordinary circumstances, but again, the fact that she had so much time to like stew over this and think about it, you could still say, well, she was stressed and pushed to it, but I don't think you're going to get manslaughter charges from that. I think you're still going to get intentional homicide charges from it. That's jurisdictional based, though. We don't have manslaughter. Manslaughter is not a. We have like other statutes that they try to fit it in. I think it's dumb, but it's the way it is. Yo, what's upside? So I have to pick a number that I didn't pick. So it'll let me know which numbers I picked, right? I would agree that those leg warmers should add to the sentence. I don't remember what the 3 numbers were. Let me take a look at the numbers. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through.
I guess I would go with the other one. Because one of them they weren't going to go through, right? Because they could only go through 2 of them because of the amount of people left. What was the other one that we could go that they were talking about going through? Was it 2 or was it 6? So that would be my inclination. If the other group was talking about going into 2, then I'd say go into 2 or 6. Whichever door they weren't going to go in, though, I would save that for last. That's generally how I would play this. Was it that everybody... See, yeah, I don't even remember from last week. I thought one of the doors... I'm probably thinking of the fucking hospital room. Where they didn't choose, what, door 3 or something, and it turned out to be nothing anyways. Okay then. I would probably choose... Okay, well... Who was going into what room? Give me that breakdown, and then I'll tell you what I would pick before you can tell me what I should not pick. I would go back to the first choice. See if something different happens maybe this time? What's the dialogue menu or button again? I don't want to go through door 1 yet. Because based on what I've seen here, where's the... Oh shit, they won't let me look at the flow. It seemed like it was something's locked going through door 1 until something else happens. Lotus and 7 want 2. Santa and June want 6. It is, but at this point I have to look at it, just make sure I know where I'm going. I'm not redoing something. Ah, okay. Okay, after what happened with, what's-her-face, I would probably go with Santa in June. So I would probably pick 6. I'm guessing that's what I should not pick, though. Okay, so we'll pick 2.
My choice is door 2.
Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating?
I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we want.
How could...
Let me see.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had 3 pieces.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I
Yep.
just, after, if the number I'd already put in... Well, what is it?
You got lucky.
All right. So we know who's going through door 2. It'll be me, Lotus, and Junpei.
7 plus 8 plus 5 equals 20.
The only problem's the other 2 teams.
June and I want door 6.
Clover and I choose door 1.
That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people.
Everyone was silent. Then suddenly Clover spoke, her face blank and cold.
Why don't Santa and June go into door 1 with Ace?
Huh?
Well,
They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1, after all. Finally, Ace spoke.
Then what will you do, Clover?
I'll be waiting at the stairs.
Trying not to think about murdering each and every one of you.
You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it?
That had been what 7 said.
We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right?
There was no emotion on her face, but it was drawn and pale and her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. It was Santa who finally spoke.
all right. I'm going through door 1. That all right with you, June?
Yes.
June nodded.
Well, we'll be going then.
Let's move too.
Yeah.
Right. Let's go.
And just like that, their paths were
I
set.
won't see June for a while, but this was my choice. I'm just going to have to suck it up. 7 said we'd all see each other again, and I'm going to believe that.
He took strength from that thought.
The other group went to A deck to go through door 1. Clover joined them. Our group is on our way too. We're heading to the bottom deck using the elevators. I wonder what we'll find down there.
Right. She would have to get a weapon from somewhere else. They stepped off of the elevator and headed for door 2.
We ready?
Yeah, anytime.
I'll go first.
One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device and 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen.
Let's go!
The door opened and they leapt inside.
Where the hell is it this time?
I don't see it!
Oh, there it is! It's right there!
Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. They had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door, as it sort of always is. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. Like, I don't... Like, I know. It's a lot different when you're in the situation, but the way this whole thing is set up, I don't think Zero would intentionally put the dead somewhere you couldn't find it. The whole point is to get you in there and everybody working on it, not just kill them immediately without even having the chance. It's more of a deterrence than anything else from trying to game the system.
It stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
Like always, Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Seven and Lotus were breathing hard and fast.
Man, I'll never get used to that.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
Damn right.
All right.
Junpei looked around again.
This hallway's pretty short, but it's got 5 doors. 3 on the left, and only 1 on the right.
Don't forget the last one at the end of the hall.
But it's got a metal plate.
Oh,
over
I'm
it.
sorry,
I
Seven.
doubt we're gonna get anywhere that way.
I must have just forgotten that I had eyes for a second. After taking a look around the room himself, Seven spoke.
All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Does that look like a long hallway, though?
Sure thing.
Then I'll take this first one.
Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
I'll try the one next to it.
At last, Junpei was left
Well,
alone.
I guess
Thank
I'd better
fucking
get started
God.
too.
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. Let's go. Confinement room. Okay. Oh. Lift the fucking blanket up, dude. Ugh. 14 equals E. And I don't think I really want to look at it, you know? Ah! Alright, I need a tool of some sort. Boo work. Yay, Twain and death puzzles! Ah! Hey Keith, thanks for the $2. Much appreciated. Alright, let's try this thing. Mark emergence. Yep, $50. For those that don't know, here, I'll go get it just so you guys know that I'm not trying to hoodwink you. I'm not rolling over the dog. Speaking of which, I wonder where the evil garbage went. A little late today. High pulp. And I don't know if you guys can look at that. That's not even liquid. Look, I can move it and it's still staying still. Why would anyone drink this? Except for money. Tide, you are a fucking liar. I like to eat my orange juice. Then why don't you just eat an orange? Now she's curious. She's like, Daddy, why are you gonna drink that, Daddy? They look like food, Daddy. You don't drink food, Daddy. I don't want you drinking the coffee. That'd be bad. You're going to hurt yourself. Oh, God. This is going to be so bad. Oh, there we go. Hey, I have to follow the directions, which says keep refrigerated and shake well. Calm down. They're gone. So $50, I drink a whole glass of that. Within the span of, I said an hour initially, but let's make it a little. Let's keep it a little more honest. I have to do it within 30 minutes. 30 minutes. She wants to shit on the garbage man. That's Pulp Facts, not Pulp Fiction. Ha ha ha. There are a bunch. Yes, emergence. Where the fuck did you come from? Jesus Christ. And this is... The fuck? Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you mean by that? I also do not quite understand. We're at 12 of 50. Should I make an orange counter? All right, here. I didn't even think about doing this, but it makes sense. Oh, don't be a sourpuss. I hear you over there. All right, 17. Thank you for the $5. IncogNotorious. With the ha 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 hardy har har. No doggy. 15 of 50. Save as txt. Save. Wait, whoops. Save it here. Simply titled orange.txt. That's fine. Here. Text. Add existing. Oh wait. Add new. Varsity. Color. Ugh, this color. I don't know why. Yeah, just do it this way. That makes way more sense. Oh, look at that. Look at that garbage. Doesn't even look like one. Now, once you make it smaller, that's really. Case. Make it a little more orange. That. Ugh. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Oh, yeah. I suppose you're right. That is true. Thank you for keeping me honest there. I need to eat 3 orange candies for every $5. You know what? Because I'm feeling so fucking pumped today, you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, this was a mistake. There's so much. It's so much. It's so. Oh my god. The taste is just. It's like fucking punching me. It's not like. It's not. It doesn't make me like gag. But it makes my whole mouth like. Compress upon itself. And like a giant, like. Oh, no, no good, no good. No good. Whew. Wake up, take a shit, eat, get out of bed, then have breakfast. Oh. No, not 3 for every. 1 for every 5, so now we have 3 because we're at 17. Which means 15. I can see that. I don't particularly like grape artificial flavoring either. The big difference is I actually love like grapes themselves. Actual grapes are delicious. But yeah, grape soda, ugh, I don't. It was always really popular, and I don't understand why. I really don't. That's interesting. So I have 3 types of orange candies in here. I have Laffy Taffies. Laffy Taffy Bites. Airhead Bites, and then sour Airhead Bites, which are the fucking worst. Because if there's anything that orange needed, it was more sour flavoring. Oh. But I'm gonna take it anyways. Nice. That's some MacGyver shit right there. I appreciate that sort of resourcefulness. I mean, just because you don't want to sleep there doesn't mean it's not a bed. I don't trust it. Okay, so we can't use that to open the drawers yet. It looks like this is pour and the other one was drain. I wonder if we're supposed to move the tile here. And then we turn it on. There's no knob. Yeah. I would hope that it's a toilet that flushes. Okay, so this is the moon. Dog. I refuse to believe that some people take shits and don't wipe their ass, assuming that toilet paper is actually available to them. I'm sorry, you're right. Fuck dry skin. Lotus is not having this. Yeah, it's a fucking... Fuck. Take the knob out, goddammit! Back in here. Mirrors. The mirrors. What do the mirrors mean? What? Yeah, how about you let me do something with the tiles? Jesus. Okay. Aha. I still can't do anything about that. Although I'm pretty sure I can open that with that screwdriver. Excuse me. Well, it depends. If the shit's coming out either way, I'd probably try to shit in the garbage before I shit in the urinal. Because at least you can get rid of the garbage right away. But yeah, I am also anti-pooping in public. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I know that. Where'd my items go? Aha. Oh. I don't think I've ever seen that spelled out before. There was a noise behind him.
What the?
He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? Are you okay, man? You're sweating like crazy. Are you all right?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. In the 3 hours that he's known him, slowly the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. Just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt.
That's definitely more than just a little dizzy. Are you sure? You don't look so good.
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally, he spoke.
What am I doing here?
Huh?
His words made no sense.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
He shook his head several times as if trying to clear something from
It
it.
ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
Huh?
Oh!
I said I've been in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Aoi, like Nona.
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. Their words Junpei didn't understand. I mean, one's blue, one means light. Nona could be short for Nonary games. I mean, don't understand in the context, but understand the words in a vacuum. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said.
What the hell was that?
Seven's brow furrowed furiously and ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
That's right, an experiment. There was some kind of experiment going on this ship.
An experiment?
Yeah, I think we
what
figured
sort of
that out
experiment?
already.
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
What the hell are you talking about?
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped.
Wait, under this bed.
He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered a mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer.
Hey, what exactly do you remember? Maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here.
Yeah, that's the way to approach a person who's slowly regaining his memories after experiencing amnesia. Criticize them! Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then.
That's interesting. My first thought was that he was an employee of pharmaceuticals, but yeah, it could have been that he was a detective. Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important.
Okay.
Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
Oh, yep, there you go.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. I think it was...
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Yeah, that had to been it. That's why I went to the wharf. In the shadows, I searched the harbor until I found the ship he was talking about. There was a bunch of movement near it. Men in black suits, many of them. carrying large bags. Bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried.
I'd classify those as more of sacks than bags, personally.
No doubt about it. They were human beings in those bags. I moved before I realized it. I came out of hiding with my gun already in my hand. Don't move. I felt metal touch the back of my head. Drop the gun. He kept digging that cold metal thing into my skull. There was nothing I could do. Did what he said and laid my gun on the ground.
Oh, there was another option there. Just probably would have led to you getting shot in the head.
And suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my neck. A needle. A drug. That was my last thought. My face hit cold concrete. I was out like a light after that. I woke up on a hard floor. Damn it. Shit, my head hurts.
Oh, it absolutely is. I was just being an idiot.
Where am I? A small, shabby bed, a dirty sink, a toilet with no privacy. I'd seen it countless times as a cop. I'm in a cell, huh?
I'm a big fan of his shoes.
Facing the toilet was a door set into the wall. I was still pretty woozy, but I made my way over to it. I pushed and pulled on it, but... it won't open.
Yeah, right? He's wearing fucking yellow and white. Sure, you're not gonna be noticeable at all.
Not like I expected much else. Would be dumb enough to put me in a cell and leave it unlocked. Threw myself against the door a few times, but it wouldn't budge. I knew it. I gave up and made my way back to the bed, and sat down.
That was the noise of him sitting down.
I sat there for a very, very long time. Who knows how long. Then, I heard a faint voice. The voice was far away. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but I could hear one. It was pretty high, probably a little kid. Huh? No, it was several. I hear 5 or 6, maybe more. Where? Where are they coming from? I pressed my ear to the wall and tried to listen through it. No, that's not it. Left. It's coming from under the bed? I hauled on the metal frame and flipped the thing over. And there it was. The bed had hidden an air vent under it. The hole in the wall was covered by a metal grate. I dropped flat on the floor and peered through the grate. I couldn't see shit, but I knew it in my gut. This was where those voices were coming from. Hold on. Why are there kids here? But then what my inside man told me popped into my head.
Tonight, a ship is set to take the children to a large passenger liner docked offshore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I on that ship? It didn't matter. All I knew was I had to get to those kids. I checked out the metal grate. Could I fit? I stuck my fingers in and grabbed it. And then...
Did they really have to show the toilet while he was making those noises?
Yeah. How do you like that, you son of a bitch?
Who are you talking to? I love when people do that.
I finally got the damn thing off. Sweat was dripping down my face, so I wiped it off and crawled inside.
Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank.
Hey, what happened after that?
He'd waited long enough, but Seven shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Not good. Why can't I remember what happened next?
Ah, man, what happened to the kids, Seven?
Jesus, dude, relax! He's trying!
Did you save them?
I don't know. don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh?
Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. His sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me anymore, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the man.
It's fine. Don't push yourself.
Oh, now don't push yourself. But fuck you before. Tell me everything, goddammit. Remember! Lord! Oh god, Team 4 Star's so funny.
Going by what he said,
Junpei left Seven to pull himself together and instead began thinking everything over.
the children who had been kidnapped 9 years before, apparently a company called Cradle Pharmaceuticals had been behind it all. They'd taken the children to the same ship we're on now. They'd been brought here for an experiment. Seven said it had something to do with controlling human beings. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. I think that's all I got. Oh, and Seven is, or was at some point, a cop. I can't really use any of this information anyway. I didn't learn anything about the Nonary game or Zero. Why were we brought to the same ship where they'd done those experiments 9 years ago? And just what the heck is this about controlling human beings? That's nuts. Did they really conduct an experiment like that?
Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought.
I don't have time to just stand here thinking. I need to get moving.
God damn it! Thanks, Keith. Keeping the total at a multiple of 5. Alright, I avoided these last time. This is the sour airhead. That is not good. That is not good. Effing chap for his carpet. Oh. Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Oh. Oh. I just noticed that. I'm a dumb. There are no screws on this one. Are we just done with the screwdriver now? I guess, because it's not in our inventory anymore. a tile that has 14 on it. We also saw that E equals 14. Sun and moon. So we need to find 1, 2, 3, 4 of these tiles. That's assuming that all of them are E's. Okay. Moon. All right, something to do with these. Yeah, what? Doesn't reflect any light. Left has sun, right has moon. Four and 7, sun and moon. Okay. Or okay. This is the 6th consecutive time. Okay. That's weird that that opened a wooden drawer, but okay. We're still missing a tile, aren't we? They all say 14 on them. Okay, so I've got one more tile to get, and it must have something to do with the drawers. And the towel? Where is this other tile? Okay, we did the thing with the mirrors. Am I missing something that I haven't clicked on yet? Okay. What else could... Oh! Okay. Thought maybe they want us to switch the drawers around. I need to take the other drawer out. But they don't want us to take that drawer. Okay. Whoop. Shit. nothing there. I have 2 drawers and a towel. What have I missed that I can use the drawers full? Huh. What am I missing? Hmm. But we keep this one? That's really strange. Hmm. Oh, whatever. Oh. Okay. Oh, was the towel just to show you that the 2 pictures were meant to be together? I have no idea what the drawer was for, though. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around.
Oh, what the hell is this place?
Yeah, I used it on the in the room 7 was in, right? I don't know why I gave up after the first time. You should always try the other one just in case. Because there is a difference between the 2 desks. Oh, I see. So I should have I never thought about examining the drawers. Basically just like, well, they're drawers. That was dumb. That was dumb of me. I gotta get back in the right mindset. Check everything! The words had sprung unbidden from his... Wait. The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified.
Ooh, this room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Don't know why I thought this wouldn't be any different.
So, what is this room for, anyway?
Junpei looked around the room again.
Well, there's a chair in the center of the room.
Oh, looks uncomfortable to say the least. I'd rather not sit in it if I can avoid it.
The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires.
Looks like it's placed over some kind of glass panel. Too dark to look through it, though.
Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth.
This isn't dried blood on the tablecloth, is it?
Is it too much to ask for this to not be blood for once? On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out.
Oh, what the hell is this? What are these tools for?
That's not something I even want to think about.
Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it and tried to focus on something else.
No doubt about it. This room's dangerous. Let's make our search quick so we can solve the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
I mean, the room itself can't hurt you. Bombs in your body? Those can hurt you. Okay. We're looking... Okay. Sure. I think that hammer might be kind of useful, or the sickle. I mean, I just might want to carry around that sickle for protection. Adjust the switches to max the blocks in the sample above. I honestly wasn't paying a ton of attention to that because I don't want to do that yet. BF? I think that's a B. Is that a dead shark? Okay. Fuck, what was it? EDBF. There's a strange noise coming from the chair, Smile. T-posing. All right, later, booty. Take it easy. There's something over there, but it won't let me click on it. Okay. No, not really. Sun key. Okay, what diagram am I looking at here? Adjust the switches to match the blocks on top, and then press the check button. Oh, okay. Okay, so this adds 9 and 4, 2 and 4. 5 and 6, 4 and 5. One short on that side. Probably should write this out because the quadrants matter. 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 3, 4. 4522. Three, 1, 2. Ugh. I acknowledge that this would be probably significantly better to write down. It'd be a lot easier to see. And admittedly, I just don't feel like doing that. Also not entirely sure I'm understanding. Match the top with the bottom. This is almost matched by itself, but that's not good enough. That's missing one. 2. Alright, hold on. Let me see. Wait, what? I'm 99.9% sure I was completely off base on what I was doing in the first place. Which I don't know how that happened. But apparently, it happened. How strange. I don't know. I don't think I understood the game, so to speak. Puzzle. Probably didn't help that I just like blew through that first bit of dialogue. I thought they'd do it again, but they did not. Second time was abridged, so that sucks. Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I have no excuse for that one. I just have no idea. Like I said, it probably would have made more sense had I paid attention to our initial dialogue, but I just thought I thought they'd re-explain it just as thoroughly But obviously they assumed that you had went through it the first time so that the second explanation didn't have to be as thorough. So I just kind of fucked myself there. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject in the device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached.
Well, like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it.
How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful.
Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can solve.
Junpei's right. If we screw it up...
Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock.
Be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead.
But
No one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair too, you know. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with.
Surprisingly impressive by Lotus here. After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. The spot which she had said she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook.
Look, do you think you could do me one last favor?
don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters. Tell them that I loved them very much. No, tell them that I will always love them.
Daughters?
You've got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei.
Holy shit! How old are you? Bravo. Here's to MILFs. The real heroes of the world. I mean, I don't need to know, but sure. I mean, if you want to check, just out of curiosity, I'm assuming that's not going to change anything. Because Junpei's, what? We said Junpei was like 20? Or something like that? So she's 40? Okay. Yeah, she don't look 40. Acts 40. Doesn't look 40.
They're twins. I had them when I was young after... well, some things happened. Their names are Nona and...
Wait! Nona?
Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him.
Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were in the experiment.
But what the hell? What's wrong with you?
Lotus took a step back from Junpei.
Oh.
Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure if he were completely awake.
No way, it couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara?
Lotus' eyes went wide.
How do you know that?
Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? Wait, what do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her?
Seven's brow furrowed.
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago.
Where?
On this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
Look, I don't care how long it is.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I agree with her there.
What happened here?
Like, you can't just be like, it's not a short story, whatever. Alright, fine, well, let's just do... No.
Fine, I'll tell you.
Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before, every detail.
But... And then, that was when. From there, It looked like... just as if...
What if she's like, you're not saying anything? You're starting these sentences and you're not finishing your thoughts.
Finally.
Finally what?
That's all I remember from 9 years ago.
You didn't tell me anything. Alright, I'll stop. At last, 7 finished. Lotus shook her head.
Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way.
They just gave him back?
Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try and ignore it and move on.
Oh.
A few months
Fuck!
passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had, before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what happened on my own. I would find out what happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just... Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals.
Have you heard of them before?
No. It's the first time I've ever heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceuticals was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What did they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital.
The hospital.
And for a while, I was trying to get some kind of information out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling.
What did you call it again?
Oh, the Gansfeld experiment.
In brackets.
This is how it's set up. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at.
Oh, yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it?
Telepathy. That's how the experiment on this ship was supposed to work.
The experiment to control people, right?
Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceuticals bought into it.
Lotus grunted. 7 had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The Nonary game, 0, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
That seems highly unlikely. Then, in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling.
No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down.
Shit.
System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you.
Right.
Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor.
Lotus, please, tell me right away if you feel anything weird.
You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or June's gonna leave you.
Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down.
Lotus.
Failure was not acceptable.
Okay, let's do this.
Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. What am I doing now? Oh, God. Well, you know what? We're just gonna... Arrow, 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 arrow. First 4. What? Oh, do I have to do it on both sides? All arrows. Okay. That's it, right? That's it. That is not correct. That's what? It's not right. 1. Let's see what happens. Okay, this is correct, but we're still 1 off here. 2 off there. Wonder if... Hey! Huh.
The hallway goes to the left.
I honestly still don't quite understand it, but I started to get the hang of what was happening. If that makes any amount of sense. Like I can't explain to you why it did the way it did, but I was like, okay, so then this should happen if I do this. But I don't know why. Maybe I could come up with some sort of explanation if I really think about it, but I think it's over my head still.
Yeah, but I don't see any doors.
Guess we just need to keep going.
Right, let's go.
It turned left twice before they saw the elevator.
An elevator.
Just what we need. Let's take this to C deck.
In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. Yeah, that's just how it was. The door opened and they stepped off.
Let's go.
Odd how that is, right? That seems so ass backwards, but the way it is.
Yeah.
Junpei, Lotus, and Seven nodded at one another and took off running down the long hallway in front of them. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless.
I know where we need to go. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol on the keyhole of that door. And I happen to have the sun key in my pocket right now. This should open that door.
This is literally 1 + 1 = 2. That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. The Jupiter door was already unlocked.
Let's go. Yeah.
Junpei grabbed hold of the doorknob and threw it open. They rushed through and stopped cold.
What?
The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. Well, shit. Looks like June might have went a little nutso. 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood.
Why?
God, these are just horrendous. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold. But his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think. He couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank.
What the hell?
I mean, Santa's got socks and sandals on, and like the worst combination of socks and sandals you can wear. Not that I don't understand why people do it, but for me personally, if I'm wearing sandals, I'm not gonna wear socks. If I'm wearing socks, I'm not gonna wear sandals. Why, generally speaking, I don't wear sandals. That because, you know, feet. Ugh. And it just looks bad.
What the hell happened?
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged towards the bodies, his movements stiff.
Clover.
He bent down over Clover and pressed his finger to her wrist.
Nothing. She's dead.
Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
Hey, what are you doing?
He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him,
The
terrified.
key! Get me the sun key!
Why?
Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back!
The murderer?
The murderer. The murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies.
Santa, Clover, and Ace. 3 people. 3 dead bodies. That means that the person who had killed them was...
Indeed you have. Oh, those are the shoes he didn't want to get blood on because they were new. Are you fucking... Okay, Santa. They laughed at him.
No. No, it can't be true.
I mean, that seems really unlikely. Especially since they were all there at once and they couldn't handle little June.
Give it to me!
Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with
Let's
the key.
go.
Without warning for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon they stood in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe.
Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. He felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame.
It's open.
What the hell is this?
Wait, you mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
How would I know that? Whatever, let's just go.
Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this?
We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, I'm not going back there. There is a murderer back there.
There was more stock terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging.
I don't see any other doors.
As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them as if to illustrate that it was the only door.
No way.
It opened by itself.
It's an automatic door?
Look, guys, I got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
Bad feeling.
I like that read. How could the situation possibly get worse? 3 people are already dead. 4, actually. But let's just forget that Snake was a person at all.
We've hit bottom. This can't get any worse.
Shit! Hey, Junpei!
He stepped through the door. Damn, don't I get a choice
I
here?
can't take this anymore. No one can.
Whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared.
No. It's a lie. It's gotta be. This can't be real. No. It's impossible. If it's a dream, just wake up already. Someone please tell me it's all just a joke. I'm imagining things. Yep, that's it. This is all obviously a lie.
I assume June's dead body is there?
It's a big, elaborate trick. An illusion or something, or a dream. It's made up.
It wasn't real, right? June. No, the code names meant nothing now. Connie. So, but here in the South we say Connie. Connie. Oh, see, these are cute boots. But I mean, the blood isn't cute. Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest.
Connie, hang on.
Oh, that's right. Her name's Akane, right? That's his nickname for her. Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. Oh yeah, that'll definitely help whatever fatal injury she has heal up real quick. She moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely.
Connie!
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It was warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood.
Oh man. Connie, there's so much blood. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
It was all he could do not to break into tears.
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him.
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie? You... Ow, what can I do? Damn it!
You looked up from Connie, desperate for something, anything.
What's that?
Then he saw it, a small submarine.
Submarine? What on earth is a submarine doing here?
No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Connie. That was the only thing he wanted.
That's it!
Junpei turned his head back to look down at her.
Hang on, all right? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No, don't go. Please, don't go. Please, just stay with me, okay?
Oh, God. That's heart-wrenching.
I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When
Connie.
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
We had the same read. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
Jumpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you, a lot more. But that won't happen now.
No. I mean, yes. Yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Connie. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
I mean, I get it. You're probably not assuming this is the true ending. So you're like, well, I'll just get another ending anyway. So like, But that's not, you're not immersing yourself in their emotions. Even for the other endings, you have to, gotta feel what's going on. Otherwise, what's the point?
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy.
She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
Jumpy, I feel sleepy.
No, Connie, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
That and like, it can also depend on when you see this scene. I feel like for us, after getting one other ending and now getting this ending, it really does, it's the culmination of their relationship. And like they finally get to admit it to each other, but then she's dying. Like that's pretty fucking tragic. That would be, that'd be bold. Yeah, I get that. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse.
Connie! Connie!
Damn. Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Connie's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times, then faded.
5 o'clock.
Quietly, gently, softly, he set Connie down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign they had ever been there. Felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. He approached it. It opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake, a sea of blood, 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrists. Her bracelet, it was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. Oh, I'm guessing one of the original 3 bodies was, like, faking? I guess they didn't really check they only checked Clover. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. Part of him knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. Couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around. The door opened again and slowly, numbly, he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in the water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. Who? One dead body lay behind door number 5, the body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room, the body of Snake. At the central staircase were 3 more, Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses. Those of Seven and Lotus. In this very room lay the body that had once been Connie. And now Junpei would join them. Who then had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath, faintly. He felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away in the cold, gentle lapping of the water. So one thing I found interesting was that he said Akane's body felt warm? Like, even with the blood, shouldn't her body be feeling colder? Ah, there you go, Max. I didn't recognize you without the shield. This world was coded by the same people that code Call of Duty. So even though they're rumbling through like 400-pound people on like hard metal, cold metal, you don't hear anything. Because she wasn't dying. Oh god. I don't want this to stop while I click out of it. Thanks for the $5, Keith. Can I take a second to absorb all of this? I figured I could skip it, but I needed a moment. I was emotional. And this is bad. I almost tricked myself into not noticing it at first. Not a good one. All right, where should I go next? It seems like these don't lead to endings. They just are different forks that lead to something we've already been to. So here, to go through all this. Or we did 5 last time.
I thought we were finished with that topic.
Wait, I thought we did 5 last time. So wait, which one do I pick? I thought we did 5. Oh, I'm a dumb.
8 plus 3 plus...
It's 4.
Decided that door 4 would be fine.
I'll go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and June. There's nothing to worry about. I just need to stay by her side.
June, Akane Kurashiki.
This should be fine. It's no problem this way. I should see the other 4 off.
You made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood.
Looks like Ace and the others are going.
He watched the other 4 walk toward the door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and 7. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red.
Now then.
Ace grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions.
Goodbye.
Be careful.
As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great, hungry beast.
So horrible.
Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the 9th man. Oh, that's right! That's why I went that door in the first place, so I could study his remains. And he didn't even fucking do it!
What are you doing? We need to hurry.
Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. Still got a fucking nose, man! He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood.
Snake, your shoes.
It's fine. Hurry! Or are you planning on dying with everyone else? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
Sorry, Snake.
Let's go.
The 3 remaining steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companion scrambled to the door.
Hey! How is it over there? Did you find anything? Please say something, will you?
Something's beeping.
It's just like before.
Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet.
Do you think they're okay?
June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to a question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was Seven.
There it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here! We gotta...
The beeping stopped.
Sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door.
Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief of their own.
Hey, guys! Are you doing all right over there?
They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure.
Yep, we're fine.
Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever.
Oh, hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay?
Oh, only a few short hours ago when she was not homicidal.
The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too.
Awesome! Thanks. That helps a lot.
That is very helpful.
Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there.
Roger that.
Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed toward door 4.
Now it's our turn. I'll go first.
They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. God. Great thing is that we were with June. And Lotus, who I'm really starting to come around on, because she's significantly better later game than she is early game. But Santa still... Ugh. Or asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around.
Okay. We ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go.
None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back toward the red.
All right. Let's go.
With strength and determination, he pulled the lever.
Run!
All 4 of them leapt through the door together. The moment they had passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist.
Oh, damn.
In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash.
It's counting down.
The detonator's countdown had begun. The long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists. The numbered door behind them closed, the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway.
We can't go back!
We need to hurry and find the device.
Hey! Where the hell is the dead?
How would I know?
Don't give me that crap! Start looking!
I already am!
Yeah, Jesus Christ, Santa! They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. They had taken time to think. They would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins.
Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms.
Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are?
Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at its best guess there were 7 or 8 of them.
Ah, fuck! We don't have time to count.
Junpei ran to the nearest
We
door.
just need to open them all.
He grabbed the knob and shook hard.
It won't open.
Didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. They turned around to find another door and saw his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears.
This one's no good.
Same here. It's not moving!
June was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red blinking
There
light.
it is, at the end of the hallway. Run!
As he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Damn, he grabbed all three of them? Santa called out to them as he ran.
How many more seconds do we have?
How would I know?
Our time limit is 81 seconds.
I know that, goddammit! I'm asking you how many seconds we have left.
Does that really matter? You gotta get there as fast as you could anyways. In all likelihood, Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. If that were true. Urgency foremost in all their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them.
Hurry! It's the dead! Get over here!
Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand out against the scanner
Come on,
panel.
everyone!
The other three quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward.
Looks like it stopped.
His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the four companions began to look around.
There's another door at the end of the hallway.
You could see a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the large door were two smaller ones.
Let's try this one first. And of course it won't open.
How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage.
A keyhole.
Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass.
What's this mark? Mail?
Mars, you idiots. He wasn't quite sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It was June that corrected him.
No, not exactly. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically, they are the same symbol, but I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
At least that's what I'm assuming.
So this isn't the man symbol. It's a symbol for Mars?
I think so, yes.
I see. Wait, where's Santa?
While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. Took him only a moment to catch his breath again.
Yeah, so, I looked the place over. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open.
Then that must mean...
We only have 2 more doors.
Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each had a metal plate attached to it.
Maybe it's the room number.
The door on the left has a B92, and the one on the right says B93. All right, let's open them. I'll open B92.
Okay, I'll get B93 then.
Junpei put his hand on the doorknob. Santa moved to the other door. They'd made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded.
1, 2, 3!
In unison, they pushed against their respective doors and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. The door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa.
Hey, it opened.
Yeah, it did.
It did. What did we expect? Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
I didn't expect that.
It was so easy.
Lotus's calm voice broke into their thoughts.
Maybe this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet.
As she headed for room 93, Lotus continued. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that.
Now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. You 2 take the other one.
All right.
Okay.
Man, get a little anxious. That ending fucked me up. I'll be right back. You see your face? Oh. I think that 400 grams of milligrams of caffeine I drink, which by the way is the upper end of the recommended intake, daily intake for an adult male in like 3 hours. Whew. Yeah, so it'll be Ace Attorney, Danganronpa, and then Zero Escape. Okay, where was this the door? Okay. Ah! Oh, It's so cute. It's like my wife. She's like a low-key, secret, undercover klepto? In that exact sort of way, except she'll actually do it. Never anything expensive, mind you, but we have some shot glasses that we did not purchase from various places because that's like the thing she takes. Married a petty criminal. So yeah, for me that was especially adorable because it reminds me of my petty thief wife. Yo, what's up, Vope? What is this supposed to be? Is this a Rorschach? No. Jesus Christ, June! I did not see that! Where the hell did that come from? What do I see? I didn't see that. I will say that much. I see... I see what she's saying, but that's not what I would have guessed. I almost see like a bird of some sort and a grave and towering over the bird is like a Suezo. For non-Monster Rancher related things though, maybe like a horn of some sort. Also could be like a drumstick, and these are all clouds, and this is the ground. A helmet with a huge plume. Oh, I could see that. I could see that more than her guess. This is a door, isn't it? Yeah. This is ugly, by the way. Okay. Wait! What the fuck is up with this design? You open the door and the toilet's immediately here? Oh, God! Nice toilet, though. Shit. Oh, she's so cute. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, maybe we're not supposed to be here yet. Your parents' house has the what? Where you open the door and like the toilet's right there. Hey, can I take a little break? Okay. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June.
Oh yeah, how's your fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
June certainly looked fine.
Let me see your forehead.
Double entendre there. Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds.
Guess it really has gone down.
Are you worried about me?
Who the fuck is gonna say this? What kind of monster, soulless, criminal, demon is going to select number 2? If you select number 2, you are a fucking sociopath. Maxim would choose number 2. Maxim, where are you at? Admit that you picked number 2. Tsundere Twain. Probably. I'd say that's probably kind of accurate. No, fuck that. I tell people. I'm like feisty about it, but I'm like, yeah, I fucking like you. What's up? Instead of like, no, I don't like you. But I do. I really do. I just don't want to tell you. You baka.
Yeah, I guess I am.
June blushed and giggled.
By the way, Jumpy, how did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-deck.
Damn straight.
Damn straight. So gas masks are always gonna be fucking cool for villains. Always. And do you know why? Because of this guy. Wait, that's not the one. Wait, no, is it? God, where is it? Alright, fine. Fuck you, Spotify. Exactly, CJ. You know what it is. Why can't I find the fucking... Oh, God, that's gonna annoy me. Spotify, you fucking suck. Well, oh, you're awesome. But no, actually, you're not that awesome. I pay for your service because it suits me. But it could be better. Including the amount of money you pay to your artists.
But is that really the truth?
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me?
Alright, I'm gonna get this ready for any time Zero appears. That's quite the ad. Why I drink mushrooms every morning. Okay, there we go.
No, why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious.
The only thing he's hiding from you is that he wants to tap that ass.
I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
Hey, I could ask you the same thing.
Okay, relax, guy.
Are you hiding something?
What would I hide?
Well, I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
What a response!
You mean like the number of men I've dated?
Junpei's hot's gonna call him Jumpy. Junpei's hot stumbled over itself.
Do you want to know?
He had to admit he was a little curious.
Don't worry.
She smiled at him.
Only 18. Times 0.
She almost actually chose violence there with Junpei. That dude almost died. Also don't believe this bullshit either. Will Smith moment. But see this... So everybody knows the rule of 3, right? It works the opposite depending on the gender. If you're a woman, the amount of people that you say you've been with is that number times 3. For men, you take the number of people that they've told you that they've been with and you divide it by 3. But for her, 3 times 0 is still 0. The things I learned from American Pie. That's because it's from a movie that if you weren't born during that time, there'd be no reason for you to ever watch. Well, look on the bright side. That means she's probably really good at it. Correct. It wasn't even a relationship.
Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
Okay, that doesn't mean you didn't have to date anybody, though. The point of dating is so that you could possibly find Mr. Right. Shutting yourself off from dating altogether it's gonna be really hard to find that Mr. Right. Just saying. There's nothing wrong with dating or impure about it. You need to learn a little bit about somebody. June apparently thinks she's gonna go from nothing to getting ready to get married immediately. June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way.
Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy.
So stop being a dick.
When I woke up, I was on D deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
I wonder.
I'm not gonna lie, it seems like that shouldn't be... Like, when you think about it, you're like, well, you haven't seen each other since you were, like, what? At the oldest, like, 10? ish? Why would you still have a thing for them? I bet you, I would put money on if I ran into one of my elementary crushes, I would still have a crush on them. Because there's something so profound about when that, like when you're developing those sort of emotions and you're feeling them for the first time. Like, I'm not ever gonna forget my first few crushes. I'm just not. That meant a lot to my developing emotional state. Yo, what's up, Lugia? So, like, even though this kind of seems ridiculous, makes sense to me. June nodded, and for a few moments she had that faraway look of someone in deep thought.
Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
So there were actually hints about Seven being a cop before. Interesting.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Oh.
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal?
Or the janitor, or the lunch lady.
Oh, I can barely remember any of them.
Yeah, I know.
No, he might have said that earlier when we were talking, like when we first started talking about like who we all were or whatever. We were trying to get information. I don't remember him saying it, but I'm assuming that's when he said it. Yo, what's up, yo? Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. I don't think I've ever spelled rack like that. I've been doing it wrong this whole time. This is a cute little kid's bed. Oh, it's just so cute! Is her fever back? Yeah, sure. Huh, why is your throat dry? I'd be like, ha, 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 ha. I became thirsty. My throat would have been quite moist.
This ship is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long.
Must be one of those fancy cruise ships.
Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship.
Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's just some sort of style choice, there's just too much.
Do you remember what Zero said?
Wait, hold on.
Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other?
Oh, that thing gives me chills. Woo!
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason.
Because every time Zero starts talking, I'm playing the hymn. Junpei took a moment to look around the room.
Do you think this boat is a replica of the Titanic?
A replica?
Yeah, you know, like a copy of the actual boat.
Who on earth would make something like that?
Fans. Crazy Titanic fans.
No way. Do you even know how much money that would take?
No idea. But all they've got to do is break even, you know?
Break even?
Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. Climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with.
Do you really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past?
Yes, I do.
It's the site of the worst accident in history. Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get cursed just for going.
A curse, huh?
Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff?
No, they're a load of crap. Oh, no. I'm going to read the room.
Yeah, well, I guess so. To a certain extent.
Junpei scratched his temple.
What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses.
You read the room. They are a load of crap, but when I'm around June, they are certainly real.
In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
What?
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy.
I don't think I've heard that one before. Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra.
Amun-Ra's not a priestess. That's a Ra variance of the god Amun.
Which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history.
A priestess of Amun-Ra? That would make a lot more sense.
Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths.
Isn't that King Tut's curse?
Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right!
June's eyes had lit up with excitement like a child with a new toy.
That mummy, the priestess, supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well, yeah, if it was actually Amun-Ra, she'd be a fucking goddess.
Well, supposedly, she was really pretty.
Pretty?
Yes.
But she was a mummy.
That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed it was just for the sake of the story. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's not actually... It can be Amun with an E or an O. It's not technically incorrect to... Actually, both of them are technically incorrect. If I remember correctly, the real spelling is with a U. Not Googling anything about Zero Escape. Looking up some of my ancient Egyptian history, which I'm a amateur historian of. As in, I took one class.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax. Yeah. The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And
Yes, saponification, but that's not what it was.
huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
What? Frozen?
What?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
And stored in a desert.
That's crazy.
I think so too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
Oh, Lord. This is giving me a headache. Her line of reasoning. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah,
June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him.
Ice that doesn't melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
It would have to be something else, wouldn't it? Wouldn't have the properties of traditional ice. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. No, I'm fine. Yeah, you fucking idiot. Oh. It matches. Stop! I want to turn around without the... Well, I guess that's not a thing. Fine, whatever. Whoops. What? This doesn't have a curtain. interesting. Okay. Late. Fuck yeah, it is! Okay. Pull that shit open! Fuck yeah!
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Santa had shown up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start. Never a brain freeze? Oh, that's interesting.
Here, take this.
There are people that don't talk to themselves in their head? Really? That is fascinating. I wish I were one of those people. Santa pulled something out of his pocket.
A bookmark?
Looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover in it.
What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
Then why don't you hold on to it?
Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck.
Those are the 4 things you hate most in the world? Good fucking lord, dude!
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
And you hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
No, not personally. Just seems really fucking stupid.
Not really, but...
Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say.
What does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward.
Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words?
Junpei looked at the bookmark.
Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, all right?
Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. What do you want to do? Decided to take it. After all, why shouldn't he?
Alright, sure. I'll take it.
He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know?
Oh, God. All these songs going through my head that I know Santa probably listens to. Sugar, we're going down swinging. I write sins, not tragedies. Helena. All these just awful, awful, awful songs.
Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered? How had he become such a bitter person who listened to such awful music? For a moment, they looked at each other.
Well, that's not my only reason.
What?
That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What, worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages, that kind of crap scared people.
Oh, but these 4 words of, like, positive things scare the shit out of you. You fucking idiot.
This is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy.
Yo, what's up, JV? I only believe in 21st century superstitions.
I'm a little insulted.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
'Cause it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
What are you...
Santa's explanation made no sense. It would only make sense in a very specific type of context, because let's say you were in a race with 900 other people. 4th would be really good, actually, not a middle number at all. Santa's lack of context and speaking about things in the vacuum made him seem like an idiot. Junpei was even more confused than before.
You play?
Play? You mean like gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would I mean?
Video games?
In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9. They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, zeros, they call monkey.
Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey.
Santa blinked, utterly stunned.
What?
Then he began to laugh.
Oh man, you're totally right. The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
That was when Lotus spoke up.
You know, if you think about it, the Nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat.
Apparently, she'd been listening.
Of course, it doesn't use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit, and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit.
Oh, yeah, I guess you got a point.
And in both games, whoever has 9 wins.
The person who makes 9 wins?
Wait, did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said?
It is hidden, but an seek a way out.
So, if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9.
And only the people in that team are going to make it out alive.
Of course. That's why it's called the Nonary game.
What?
Huh?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix nona, which means 9. While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn, the horse with 1 horn. 2 is bi, like binary. Binary means composed of 2 parts. 3 is
Try!
I'm sure you've heard that one played.
Like the Triforce!
Like trio, triple, and triangle. You get the idea.
What a fucking nerd, not even mentioning Triforce.
After that, you have quart, quinty, sext, septum, and so on. And of course,
She just doesn't remember what's after septum. Or after octo.
It's called
And
that because
so
it
on.
has 8 legs. Get it?
I see.
Actually, it has 8 tentacles, not legs. You're thinking of spiders.
So then Nona means 9.
Lotus nodded.
So, how many of us are trapped on this ship?
That'd be 9.
And what are the bracelet numbers we have?
They go from 1 to 9.
And our time limit? How many hours did we have?
0 said 9 hours.
And finally, to get out of this ship,
We need to find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
By making a team with the digital root of 9.
and there
Lotus
you have
nodded again. Lotus nodded again.
it. The number 9 is everywhere in this game. He's got a real theme of 9s for this whole thing. No wonder it's called the Nonary game.
Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. Sounded almost like Zero laughing at them. Or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse. And you've just determined that none of these things are useful. Okay. Alright, so we have to fill in the other side. Hey man, just because you don't fucking love. Why wouldn't you tell her? It's so fucking weird. Oh. What? Oh, do I have to go to the other side? No, you got me, Lotus. Oh God. Oh nope. I did it! Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused.
I think I've seen this picture before.
Where?
In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book.
What's this interesting theory?
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache.
Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued.
It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shape of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
What part of that isn't difficult?
Lotus did not look pleased.
All right, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Telepathy?
Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it's close enough for a simple approximation.
Santa suddenly burst into laughter.
Are you serious? Telepathy?
Okay, mister, I'm afraid of four-leaf clovers. How about you calm your tits?
Who do you think we are? Kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that.
Yes, I agree.
Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict.
I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said.
Wise words.
It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book.
Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke.
Hey, what do you think this picture looks like?
Santa answered first.
What do you mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there.
What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you?
I guess it looks like...
The fuck is Funyarimpa? Doesn't look like any of these things. No, why would I? I mean, it's not any of these other things, so I would be really tempted to pick this one anyways, because the only one I don't know.
Funyarimpa. See? I mean, this totally looks like one. Here and here.
Junpei indicated parts of the picture that look exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei.
What the hell is a Funyarimpa?
What do you mean? What the hell
Funyarimpa.
is a Funyarimpa? You mean...
You don't know? You mean you don't know?
How the hell would I know?
How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous.
Oh, Junpei with the next level mind games here.
Oh, say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarimpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman.
Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook.
Hey, are you just screwing wandering around. Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See? Like this.
Lotus pointed out parts of the picture, and eventually a dog took shape in them. The fuck? That still doesn't look like a dog! Oh, I see it. 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 The face is here. The face is here. I was having a really hard time finding the face. Yep, did not see that. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement.
So, now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
Lotus nodded and began to speak.
A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify, initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world, outside the reach of British airwaves. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects, roughly 1,000 people. They were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then, 2 days later, they aired a new program on their show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it was a safe bet that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture was at least that many. After another 2 days passed, they gathered more research subjects from areas outside the reach of British TV and radio. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase.
That would be statistically significant, I would think.
So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean?
Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she were very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes.
Oh, wait, does this have
like a
something
hard
to do with
ass.
a field or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Psych!
Amanda suddenly shifted and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off.
I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all.
At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure.
Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I, really thought you were serious.
Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience.
Oh, okay, right.
Santa and Lotus laughed and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear.
All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here.
Word.
Oh, I want to backslap Santa so badly. Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture. But Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog.
Huh. A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field.
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. They stepped through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway.
Oh, another hallway.
Junpei, June, Lotus, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. Short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway.
Come on, open!
It's not going to open because you rattled it, you know.
Damn it!
They took hold and shook, but it refused to move.
Look over here!
Nearby was a pair of elevators.
And the buttons? Of course they don't work.
The power must be out here too, just like by the staircase.
That leaves this door. Well, looks like we don't have any choice.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Well then, let's...
All right, here I go.
Here I go again, Junpei said as he grabbed hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. He entered, slowly trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly.
Oh. So it's a kitchen.
Santa did not look pleased.
What were you expecting?
Isn't it obvious? The exit? I was hoping this would be the way out of here.
You really think it'd be that easy?
Yeah, I know. Still.
As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room. Until at last she stood in front of a door.
If we can just get through this door, we should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier.
No good.
What's up with those two lines being very different? Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked terribly happy.
Anyway, let's take a look.
Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did.
Hey!
What's that?
Huh? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B deck.
Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him.
Let me see that.
She ran her fingers across it, muttering to herself.
I knew it. See? Look.
Yes, hold your horses.
Junpei did as he was told.
What did you figure out?
Santa and June moved over to look at the map as well.
This is handy.
See? We came in here. Now if we go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate.
With a finger, Lotus traced a path on the map.
How about that? She's right. We can get out through there.
There we go. Here, you can have it back.
Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei.
Thanks.
She took it. He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket.
There's a card reader on the right side of the door.
And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right?
That seems the most likely.
All right, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues.
Okay.
So for those that have never been on a cruise ship before, one of the greatest pleasures, at least for every cruise ship that I've been on, has been the food. Oh, so good. So good. And one of the fun things about cruises that I don't ever personally get to experience, because I don't frequent a restaurant enough for something like this to happen, you form a relationship with your server, and that's really fun because I don't know, it's like each of the cruises that I've been to, we've done like a big family photo with our server before, and of course then gave them the gigantic tip. But it was always really fun because you're like, oh, we get to talk to whoever, you know, and it's always a really, I don't know, it's something cool because I don't experience that elsewhere. No, I won't turn it up. Haven't we talked about that before? Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Especially when how many, like, shipwrecks are glorified in fiction. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. See, Lotus is awesome when she's not being a cold-hearted bitch. Well, what? That's not... No, you moron! Okay. $825. I mean, that's not a gigantic sample size. I would assume that would fit into the margin for error if I think about it more. A little closer. Why? Excuse me. Le Grill. Gouda cheese is awesome. Okay, oil. We have oil. Come on, you son of a bitch! Gotcha, you bastard! As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat.
It's cold in here. What is this place?
Are you blind? It's a freezer.
Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising, considering he found it appropriate to walk around with nothing but a wife beater on. Sounds like a him problem. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation.
Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me. I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you.
And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in.
Oh, whoa. It's really cold in here.
White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver.
Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now.
But...
Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Junpei rushed to the door.
Why did it suddenly close?
Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. It was cold, beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful.
The knob's frozen.
But why?
They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured.
It looks like the pipe next to it broke, and...
Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
She wasted no time in responding.
What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open! Try opening it from that side, please!
Oh, fine. If you say so. Hold on.
Soon they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. Then the grunting ceased, and they could hear light panting, as if from exertion.
It's no use. It won't budge. You've got more people in there. You figure it out.
Oh.
God damn it.
Santa went shaking like a newborn deer. Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently. And Junpei, with the heaviest clothes of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. Every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies.
Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're gonna be permanent residents.
Two heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay?
Right.
They pushed in close to one another and began to search.
Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How is that gonna help us anyway?
Oh, well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
They were about to move on when June spoke up.
Carbon dioxide sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that, and it'll turn into gas. Any lower, and it becomes a solid.
Junpei looked at her dumbfounded.
How do you know that?
Despite my looks, I'm the the queen of random knowledge.
Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off.
Arco mouth.
Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb?
Yeah, that's right.
You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself.
Come on, guys. Don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei. Ah. The evil garbage man have arrived. It did seem rather odd.
It is kind of weird.
June answered.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure...
It won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees, so why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
They're not the same thing? June replied with an answer that stunned both of them.
There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees.
Huh?
I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Talking Fahrenheit here, right?
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah, well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but that was too interesting to ignore. Here's that Egyptian mummy thing again. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet. Then put the question to June.
So what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up.
Oof. Now it's just everywhere more so.
So is this thing called Ice 9, or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yep.
She wasn't
Have
finished.
you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin? For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it. They did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin on its way to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Scientists around the world wanted to research this new crystallized form of glycerin, and asked for seeds. Oh, a seed is a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be easy. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize,
All of them. Yeah, this is the same story 7 told us, right?
even the samples nearby did, even though they were tightly sealed. And it didn't end there. After that day, it doesn't matter where in the world it is, all glycerin crystallizes naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like, how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating in some way that we can't sense. And now it's happening everywhere.
Junpei was kind of annoyed. Was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9?
To the surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered.
What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean.
A lot like? Oh, that would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man.
It'd be the end of the world.
Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with the proper concern.
At any rate, we're not gonna have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick.
To the end of our world. He was right. Junpei shivered.
Alright, guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kinda at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. So seriously, I might go by the name Santa right now.
Shut your fucking mouth then!
I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here.
For a guy that wants to get going, you sure are spewing a lot of words out of your mouth. Santa stomped off. Where? We see everywhere in the room, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him.
Selfish, isn't he?
Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they go back to their search.
Ice 9 is interesting and all, but we can discuss it more once we get out of this freezer.
Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. Oh. Make it smaller. Crush the ice. Okay. This doesn't work. How do I crush the ice? I mean, I know what I would do. Fucking stomp on it, but I don't think they're allowing me to do that. Oh, I have an idea. This? Nope. The fuck am I supposed to do with this? But I couldn't do it with the other one? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I assure you I could have used this to crush that dry ice.
Put water into the bottle with dry ice, and make sure the lid's closed. Now I just have to put this makeshift bomb on the doorknob. Alright, that's set. So, what do we do now?
We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own.
A small rock. Huh. A small rock.
There's like a billion things there you could use.
Alright, this ought to do the trick.
Ah, some dry ice, huh?
It was a pretty good size, about as big as a pool ball.
Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere.
Fuck you gonna hide? Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern.
Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius?
There isn't really anywhere big enough.
Yeah, there is. Look, right here. We can hide in there.
Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar.
Come on, get inside.
Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. I would be really paranoid about doing that. I get why. It has to be done, but Junpei quickly followed. His hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide even through his sleeve. Tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw.
All right, here I go. 3, 4, 5.
You're counting the wrong way.
That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man.
Sorry, dude. All right, for real this time. You guys ready?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Just throw the damn thing.
All right, here I go. 3, 2, 1.
Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. The same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June just as... Nothing. Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door.
Jump door. Is it gone?
Never mind.
Yeah, it's gone. The blast must have shattered it. Yes! All right, let's see if it opens.
Freezing to death. Well, I mean, most people just kind of like go to sleep. I guess that's not the worst way to die, but doesn't sound great either. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all of his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freeze at once.
Hooray! We're out!
June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor.
Move!
Asshole! Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed.
Oh, god damn it! Fuck!
Yeah, you idiot. He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage.
You did just grab the grill. What did you think would happen? Hey, where's Lotus?
It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest.
Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys.
With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked toward her.
What were you doing?
What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting.
We were gonna die!
Oh, yeah? But you didn't. So everything worked out all right, didn't it?
I mean, this is also, I think, supposed to be her coming off as a cold bitch, but, like, what else was she going to do? Because, like, could she have melted the ice from the other side? That seems kind of difficult.
What the hell?
Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried.
Oh, don't give me that crap.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door, but I couldn't find anything. So, all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops?
It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his
Fine.
teeth.
But there's one thing I have to ask you.
What's that?
You didn't close the door, did you?
What? You think I closed the door on you?
Closed the door and then blew up the pipe? Come on, Junpei, that doesn't...
Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too.
Yeah, I guess so.
It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure.
If she had really wanted to kill us, all she had to do was bar the door from the outside. But she didn't. Well, she didn't do anything. She's only lazy, or negligent at least, not an attempted murderer.
Half our team are just assholes. Yep, it's true. Which is why I didn't want to go with them initially, in addition to wanting to check out the body, the dead body. That would be the hope, CJ, yeah. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you.
Oh, yes, well that's all right. As long as you understand.
June's not an asshole, unless she's the one who killed us before, which is possible. Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus.
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
Hey! You say that like it's a bad thing. Okay? So back the fuck off, needle dick. We will figure this out.
How rude. I was plenty busy.
Yeah. How about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
Still don't have a code. Appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. 9, 10 AF. 9, 10, 10, 15. Nine plus F, A, B, C, D, E, F. $24, yeah. We're missing a plate. What do they want me to... Okay, so... What was the fucking wording of it? I don't remember. Sure. A knife? Okay, so they're not gonna let me take it. I'm guessing the knife is in the safe? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I have no idea what a whetstone is. No idea. So I have no idea what to do with this. Okay. So, but we need a knife to begin with for that to be useful. I swear to God I tried to do that earlier and it didn't give me dog shit.
A rusty knife?
Jesus H. Christ.
I don't think we'll be able to use it.
Just
futile.
You know, a waste, useless, pointless.
Oh, any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
Oh, no reason really. I was just thinking about futility.
Huh?
He wasn't making much sense. Junpei tried rephrasing this
Why were
question.
you thinking about futility?
At last she
Well,
answered.
it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
I have, in fact.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. There was a novel that had a bunch of stuff in it that described the sinking of the Titanic before it actually sank.
The Titan.
Yeah, that's the one. The title of the novel is Futility. It was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But...
I know. I mean, I didn't know the name of the book, but the story was the same, right? It was just like what happened on the Titanic?
Yeah.
Well, I heard it was all a hoax.
A hoax?
I heard that the stuff that matched up to the Titanic so well was actually added after it sank. Apparently, the only thing that was the same originally was that a boat ran into an iceberg and sank.
But the novel was published in 1898, 14 years before the accident.
Like I said, that was the first print of the book. 14 years later, the author heard about what happened to the Titanic. He figured that was his chance, you know? He just went back and changed some stuff in his novel, so that it matched the Titanic exactly.
Surprised by Junpei's response, June seemed rather taken aback.
Really?
Really? There's no such thing as premonitions or any of that stuff.
For a moment, June looked very unhappy, more so that Junpei thought was normal for such a discussion. Well, yeah, I'd assume so. If he hasn't heard of it, then he wouldn't have been able to give that explanation. I know he lasted a moment. With no apparent reason, she suddenly looked up at him, alarmed.
But that wasn't the only book that predicted the Titanic sinking.
It wasn't?
Yep. There were 2 other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident.
That's the one I'm thinking of, I think.
One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote 2 stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, 2 ships collided. Many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know. I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right, I knew you'd say that. But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about when someone's possessed by a spirit and then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's beautiful.
But Jumpy, you said you believe in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When this Stead dude wrote his thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
Oh.
What?
What are you smoking?
That is the objectively correct response. Oh god. Which is the one that I'm thinking? I am thinking of futility. But it's not just called futility. That's what... Or it was futility initially in 1898. And then revised as The Wreck of the Titan in 1912. I should read that sometimes. Yeah, it says here that the only thing that was changed was the ship's size. It was always a British ship. It was always steel. The length was the same. But the weight and horsepower went from... The weight went from 45,000 pounds to 70,000. The Titanic was 66. Horsepower went from 40 to 75,000, and the Titanic was 46. they changed some of the watertight compartments, 19 to 16. Oh, no. They didn't change that. There's just a difference between the two. And there were more survivors on the Titanic than on the Titan. 705 compared to 13. Slightly different speed at impact between the two, but that wasn't changed. Yeah, so it looks like the only thing that was really changed was the weight and the horsepower of this ship. Hey, Scarlet, let me tell you something. That is not what cocaine does to you. I am much more convinced that she was sitting on a hill of acid, some sort of LSD, before this conversation happened.
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes 20 years before it happened.
He decided it was probably best to say nothing. He's learning. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. I mean, it's true. My wife and I have these types of disagreements. When she says things like GIF instead of GIF, it causes me to say, you know what, it's better to say nothing, because what she's saying is utterly absurd. But sometimes it's just best to remain quiet. Junpei smiled uncomfortably.
Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
Huh? But...
Her voice trailed off and she glanced at the floor, troubled.
Come on, let's get back to it.
Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box. This game does have awesome graphics, let me tell you. Actually, I do really like the like the way they move, and that it's not entirely smooth. I think is actually a really cool. I don't know if that was artistic choice or simply a limitation, but I think it looks really cool. Getting closer. No, CJ, I can't. In fact, he probably couldn't imagine it because he died anyways. Some mountains aren't worth dying on, that's true. I'll be honest, Scarlet. Having never taken LSD, I know very little about it, other than it can cause people to wig out and say some really weird shit. Wow, apparently it de-rusted the rest of the blade too. That makes total sense. And eat the pork. C10F. Okay. I can't take the pork. Dude, just take the goddamn pork. You made it. Actually, it might be bad. Don't do that. Don't do that. Alright, what was it? Fuck. I need to see the note again. C10F. Okay, so C is 12. No, 11? No, 12. And F is 15. Wait. There's only 3? Wait, 3 numbers? C10F would be 12 plus 16 plus 15. Yeah. So that would be 28 plus... No, but that wouldn't help. I still need 3 numbers. This isn't right? Yeah. Alright, let me take a look at this again. You add them all together. I guess the third number isn't necessary. It'd be 12, 28. And it's where I can do math. 43. Yeah, okay. That's an awesome color, by the way. You found it!
I think we've been here before.
The metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators in the entrance to the kitchen.
Elevators are over there, so that means...
We went into the kitchen through that door and came out on this side.
Yeah, didn't we already establish that?
That means the map was right.
Looks like.
Then let's use it to plan our next move.
Next move?
Yeah, we need to decide where to go from here, don't we?
He's right. Let's get started.
From the looks of it, there are 4 possible routes. Let's just keep it simple and call them A, B, C, and D.
I knew I was going to hell when somebody said, oh, the creator of the GIF has died. I guess he's with Jod now. It's like not even that good a joke, but I still could not help myself. Thus, I'm going to hell. Yatta!
First, A and B.
They both seem to connect to a room that looks L-shaped.
Yeah, there were 2 doors. But they were both locked. We couldn't open them.
Now, route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase.
That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors.
Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway?
No, I don't think we will.
Why not?
Look, there by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. but it's open now. What do you think that means?
They opened it.
Most likely.
And if we take Route C, we're going backwards.
That would be pointless.
Then that means...
All four looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down deeper into the ship.
Route D, then.
D it is.
Yep, Route D.
Then we're set.
Let's give them the D! They jogged down the stairs until they reached the C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
Let's check the next deck just to be sure.
Yeah, just like I thought. D-deck is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror.
At least the water level hasn't really changed.
Small comfort.
May as well head back to C deck.
What else is here?
There are 2 elevators over there at the top of the stairs, just like the floor above.
Hold on. These are kind of different.
Jesus.
See? There's a card reader on the side.
Another strange mark.
Hey, look! It's Lotus's symbol.
Huh?
See? It's the woman symbol with horns on it. That seems like...
That's really funny.
Oh, ouch, 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 ouch!
Susato Slam! Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently, and he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat.
What was that about the mark again?
Nothing.
Oh yeah. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up.
This is a Mercury symbol. The horns symbolize the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes, herpes, whatever.
What does that have to... Okay.
If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
You are literally just saying words that sound kind of similar.
In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
I guess we can't get on then. Let's just disregard the elevators for now.
How about this hallway on the left?
Whoa, there's so many doors.
They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging.
Damn it. If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse.
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Time to head back to the stairs.
To their right was a small hallway.
Now the right hallway.
Quickly they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them.
All right, let's start with this one.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move.
Huh, it isn't locked. I'm going to open it.
Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
Simply stood, unable to speak. The other simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this? This place is huge.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more of a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the 4 companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Is this a hospital?
He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room.
It definitely has the smell.
Could be. I see medicine cabinets and surgical tools.
Hey, look there. The 4 doors at the end.
3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
It is probably a ship.
Why is the second door blank? That seems kind of strange, don't you think?
No point worrying about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Junpei headed towards the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. I do not.
Oh, it's no use.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the Nonary game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't... Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase? If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing on it.
Right?
I wonder if it's
right.
broken.
Only one way to find out.
It's not responding.
All 4 took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever and still did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
None of them are working.
What does it mean?
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
They spun around to see...
Snake!
Snake! And that, my friends, is where we shall end for today. So I was considering doing this again on Friday. But Friday's also the 1st. So I could be wacky and do something April Fool's related, or I could just say fuck that stupid day and just do what I want anyways. Boob glow. I would have members stream on April Fool's days? That would imply we are all fools, and that is not the case. I don't know yet. I'm not sure yet. Part of the issue is I don't know what I would do that's weird. April Fool's Days. I'll ponder. I'm still rearranging the schedule. That'll be up probably tomorrow. I'm gonna be on Twitch tonight, later, and tomorrow, because Genshin update is happening tonight, so I'm gonna be playing the fuck out of that. And then there's gonna be no Twitch stream on Saturday because I'm gonna be out of town to watch some good old-fashioned wrestling. Well, I mean, at a watch party, because getting together and hanging out with people is fun, regardless of what you're actually watching. That was Emma Scarlet, my Link to the Past rando. But yeah, so just be on the lookout for that. Anyways, thank you to Keith and CJ and Incog for the donos. Much appreciated. I will see you guys next time. I don't know if the next stream is going to be the last, but we are getting there. It might end next stream. Or there might be one more. Although I'm guessing that it's probably not, just because, I mean, let's look at this flow chart. We got 4 more endings. This seems like it's gonna take a stream by itself. I'm assuming this is gonna be a while. But yeah, so we'll go this way, and then come back here. And then, I don't know, maybe that lock will unlock, and then we do that, and then we go here. We'll see. Yeah. All right. So just be on the lookout for the schedule, and we'll figure it out from there. See you guys next time. Peace out. And take it easy.
Damn stenographers.